Pierre, I can't take the suit. You will need it too. I don't feel right. Stay with me.
I see it now. We were all so entertained. We didn't see what was getting ready in the shadow. This nightmare again. You come with me, my friend. It would get lonely without you. It's so dusty here. I could use a vacuum to clean the vacuum. My life turned into an round and round we go, stuck at the same track. Pierre's special mess room. I can't believe one can own so many trinkets. I remember he got stuck once when the electricity shut down in the city. I could use a good shower when this feeling of being observed will stop. Nah, maybe later. Oh, forgot I found this old journal around town yesterday. Apparently they installed a secondary generator in the old lighthouse years ago. The extra current could help me out in my search for the other inhabitants. Let's check it out today. Need to grab my things first. I can't believe we moved with all these books. The worst part is, we most likely have doubles. A little perfection for the road. forgot it was here. Well, now I can clean the first one. Since the day of the attack, I stopped counting. Not sure it matters anyway. Another undeniable friend. It would be easy to get lost without it. After each storm, all free heating. Oh, it's locked up tight. If I get you back, I'll let you have the remote. I promise. Need to grab my things first. At least I know I can always find the things I leave in here. I left my gun in the shanty yesterday. Time to get it back. The former owner had to do a lot of tinkering to screw up such a mess. With all these storms, the previous tenant didn't know what to do with all the wood coming out of fallen trees. Can't open without more stable electricity. Nothing interesting in this old garage anyway. Can't open without more stable electricity. Nothing interesting in this old garage anyway. Training first. can't open without more stable electricity. Nothing interesting in this old garage anyway. Training first. Without you, I wouldn't stand a second out there. Last time was very close. I need to keep up with my training. Time to shoot some cans. Let's start with the red one. Or the yellow one. Nah, the blue one. Definitely the blue one. To go. And the last one. Now, let's warm up for some dodging. Okay, I'm ready. Better be faster. That hurt. Now, rappel training. Next time, you will think twice about getting in my safe space. I'm glad this thing recharges during the night. Training's over. Getting out there seems a little bit less scary now. I better be home before the night.
Salami. Mange un grand bol de spécial crabs avant et après t'être lavé les dents.
This watch creeps me out. Completely locked. you again! Learn your lesson. This door can be unlocked from the other side. The village really isn't investing in its infrastructure, and storms make it even more problematic. This tree can't break that with my bare hands. Can't break that with my bare hands. It's hurt, but that won't be enough. A storm could help. Well, it doesn't seem to have awakened them. Psilocybe phosphorus, recognizable by its phosphorescent dress. It made its appearance a short time ago in the region of St. Exel. With its lightning growth capacity, it is able to grow in a single day. Ripe, they can be enjoyed by some coastal birds. Interesting. Maybe I should gather some of these. Le Scale, Sailor's Aperitif. Available in all grocery stores. I hate this drink.
T'es mal, style.
Why did you have to be so grim? Because of recent events, a lot of circuit breakers were stolen from the electrical gates. While we wait to receive more, we keep the last one inside the equipment locker. In the meantime, don't hesitate to use the same one on different gates. A bit unexpected for a lighthouse. These cables go all the way to the ceiling. Looks like a lot of security for simple maintenance equipment. This is a complete mess. It's like they pushed everything to the side to make room for something else. This is where the electricity of St. Exel is largely generated. The turbine shouldn't be too far. It automatically locked the doors behind me. The valve is missing here. Local police apparently suspect the cult has started kidnapping people. It is indeed curious so many people would disappear without leaving a note. Their last ritual site is located near the Lighthouse, at the Point des Mâles. It might be worth checking out. Left a note for his coworkers. Franck is so fed up that we keep forgetting his birthday that he has set the day and the month as the padlock code. Can someone change that back to the inauguration date? So, what is your code, Frank? Watchtower schedule and system monitoring. The entire workforce is listed on the board. Something is written here, too. Could anyone pick up Frank's shifts for the upcoming weeks? Nicholas system? That's probably where the town's additional current is monitored. Bit much for just a common lighthouse. I can probably restart the system from here once the pressure is fixed. This pan, only the first one appears to be working correctly. Can't do that now. like someone just came for this incredible spectacle and forgot his bicycle. But these things were not here before the attack. You are facing the lighthouse named Le Crane. The lighthouse was built in 1835, a veritable directional beacon for the sailors of the coast of St. Exel. It was nonetheless decommissioned in 1983. It is only in 1988 that Le Crane was put in service again, welcoming a hydraulic generator that supplies the village. Missing here. It's completely stuck. Multiple people were working here. All right, so now I need to fix these colored cables in the right order. to wait a bit for the gem to recharge. I have to wait a bit for the gem to recharge. Despite the mess the protesters left behind, you're still offering comfort, aren't you? This is one of the places of contemplation in St. Exel. It was vandalized just before everything went down. They love leaving these tape boxes for their propaganda. Listen to us. Join the devoted. Maybe I should listen to it. From the depth of the sea, his anger spreads through our families. This sounds terrifying. Wondering what's that thing they mention all the time. Celine, the 30th of December, 1966. 27 is a really young age to go. Franck, the 19th of March, 1967. This door requires electricity. This buoy clearly defines what St. Exel is. A small, isolated fishing village where time seems slowed down or even frozen. A usually calm place where the haunting sound of the waves punctuates your day. better with that on. Can't do that now. Documents on this desk look much more confidential than the previous ones. This place appears to be a government cell dedicated to recording underwater sound activity off the village. And this has been going on for a while. But I don't see what they're trying to find. They appear to be studying something at the bottom of the sea that is moving at precise coordinates. On April 17th, 1991, they recorded a signal which they define as organic. The signal was recorded on a cassette to be sent urgently to the DGSE because this would jeopardize the military security of the country. But one of the Lighthouse maintenance staff apparently stole the tape. They quickly managed to identify him and where he lives. Wait, this is my house. Ugh, too bad I don't have change for these tourist traps. This door can be unlocked from the other side. This door has no handle. The lighthouse! I'm getting closer. At the edge of this cliff stands the famous flower house of St. Exel. It was given by its owner to the village, which still contributes to maintaining the quality of its gardens. Still inhabited, the building is regularly open for heritage events. Now that the town's current is better, I can access the house's attic again. I almost never set foot in here. There's gotta be... Wow, a projector! I thought I would forget its existence with my school year. What is it doing down here? Nothing.
Moi je t'aime.
What? What is that? Wait, isn't it exactly the same gem I have attached on my bracelet? Where did he find it? He was apparently willing to ship it to be analyzed? Let's shed some light on this.
If you're listening to this, you are probably the person sent by the office to continue my investigation. Well, at least I hope. My name is Matthew Banks, and I started this work about a year ago. As stated in my previous reports, I infiltrated the Lighthouse last month, but they just found out that a tape was missing, and I think they're on to me now. I used to borrow tapes during the night, but this time they noticed before I could bring them back. I didn't have time to use the new filtering machine, but I left the tape inside it. I hope it's safe there with you. Since I have to leave, I prepared to wait for you, and I have regrouped all of my ongoing work onto 3 different boards, each including a guiding tape. The first one gathers my studies on the audio signal coming from the oceanic floor, which was the reason our interest was piqued by St. Exel in the first place. The second board will give you more details on the local cult, whose believers call themselves the Devoted. The third board is about Operation White Medusa, which is probably why you're here now. We are now definitely forced to recognize that the village of St. Exel is the center of great political and scientific interest, as we first suspected. I hate to leave like this, but I'm afraid my time has come. During the last 2 weeks, the Lighthouse had trouble acquiring new information from ashore. Apparently, some kind of technology has been jamming their signal. Is there some kind of expert trying to hack the operation? I'll leave it to you to find out.
Passports? Money from different countries? This man was not your usual anybody. Oh. And there's also boat tickets to leave for Plymouth, England. He was planning on leaving. Just wasn't sure when. What is this folder? Your next objective. I'll study that during the night. A bit of reading always helps.
In 1977, an ultra-low frequency sound was picked up by scientists south of the Atlantic Ocean. But no one succeeded in identifying the structural composition of this acoustic phenomenon, and many theories were put forward. Spy submarine, human aeronautical activities on the surface, or even tests of explosives resonating through the abyss. The case remained closed for 2 years, until a second sound was recorded 2,000 kilometers from Namibia. This time, the subject worried specialists. The position of the 2 recordings suggests the movement of something. In 1984, the sound was picked up again, several times around the Bermuda Triangle. Governments in many countries decided to classify all information about this issue as confidential, and the general public was kept away. While tracking other countries' progress, our secret services discovered in '86 that the French government was particularly interested in the matter, and that they put in motion a special program called Rorqual, a scientific project mainly dedicated to the understanding of unknown oceanic noises. We then decided in 1987, based on what we found in the village of St. Exel, and considering that this last signal was recorded off the coast of French Brittany, that it made perfect sense for me to start our investigation here. During my time, I discovered a platform for listening and monitoring seismic activities at the heart of the Lighthouse. Only recently, and thanks to an information trading deal I made with the cult, I got myself recruited there as a maintenance agent. It allowed me to find that the Lighthouse crew is, in fact, following the movement of an object which turns out to be a French military submarine. So was it only a submarine that we tracked from the beginning? But its movements are inconsistent. How did it produce this noise that we regularly pick up? I copied a lot of tapes and left them inside the hideout, but they're all still encrypted. I was hoping to get more information from it, but I spotted a car in front of the house tonight, and it's clearer than ever now that my time to leave has come. Infiltrating the cell in the heart of the Lighthouse made me realize that the French government is very concerned about the development of the situation here in St. Exil. The development of the sect, as well as the growing anomalies observed in the population and nature, are monitored in a sustained manner. They came to realize that if they do not act, this situation will eventually draw the attention of the entire country to St. Exil. I had, in my hands, documents detailing an operation called White Medusa, the purpose of which was to methodically isolate and capture everybody in the village. Do they think that the people here are all sick or contaminated with something? Or do they mean to sweep this affair under the rug? They seem to foresee two possible scenarios for carrying out Operation White Medusa. As if by coincidence, there are incidentally two events which attract almost all the population in the same place. The village festival, which takes place during a whole weekend, or a fair organized by the village school. I was able to reconstruct on the map the assaults considered in each of these possible scenarios. A large number of troops will be deployed, and they can easily prevent anyone from escaping by blocking the main accesses and roads. They will proceed using heavy trucks and toxic gas to control and direct the crowd toward them. The inhabitants of St. Exil have a Damocles sword over their head, but they don't know of its existence, nor when it will fall. In many areas, the life in St. Exil has deteriorated sharply in recent years. Local studies tend to show that nature has adopted an abnormal behavior. Some species started proliferating more than before, while others suffered the opposite effect. Some animals became aggressive towards humans, and some bird species completely migrated and left the region for good. We've also seen a lot of upheaval in the behavior of inhabitants of the village and their health. Ultimately, it led to many people leaving, which left only the ones who didn't have a choice. A real change is taking place, and no one seems to understand where it's coming from. Additionally, these extraordinary happenings have been rumored in the region, which isn't improving the situation. The village has become a place of attraction for people bathed in pseudosciences, esoteric and the occult, to say the least. They now see this place as a central home to their mythology. One movement eventually took over the others and established itself as the popular cult, the Devoted. They managed to obtain this importance by being omnipresent in their protests. They vandalized sites in large areas surrounding the village, which made the local press very keen on showcasing them, and ultimately helped a great deal in converting more people to their cause. According to my research, it is governed by a certain Aurora K. I couldn't find a lot of information regarding her, but managed to steal some pictures by following her after a public meeting with the population. She built her movement on the belief in the existence of an abysmal entity which would sow its harmful influence over the region and towards the inhabitants of St. Exil. To calm this underwater entity, they tirelessly seek the culprits for this curse. They unearth and send ashore on deteriorating ships coffins containing the bodies of people who have always lived here. If the boat returns and runs aground on the coast, the person and their family are pardoned. I haven't seen it yet, but it looks like they've shifted into high gear by sending people who are still alive to sea. These are just rumors, and people who go missing may have simply decided to leave the area. They never communicated their plans with me regarding the future of their protest, and I'm not sure where they'll meet yet. My theory is that they'll probably regroup either near the White Manor or the local church.
A submarine? In danger? What was the lighthouse doing?
Position 290 degrees north.
voice still echoes in my head. I need to know more. Let's find that antenna on the village beach. This tape recorder is helpful during late nights. Don't judge me, Pierre. It's my only way to hear a human voice now. Damn. When dust settles on your sport trophies, it doesn't mean you are getting younger. It looks like some of Pierre's homemade music for me. I thought it was lost since the moving in. I love that music. Nothing. Let's put on some music. Honey, I finally finished my restoration project for this arcade machine. And I've got a challenge for you. I know you love a good one, so try to beat my best score. You will win something I'm sure will bring back good memories. Pierre. This suit. I was in the attic with him when everybody disappeared. I remember wearing it, but we just had one. My lava lamp. I love it. Pierre probably hid it here, out of reach. Can't believe he'd think it's just a passing trend. Poor guy never understood anything about home decor. They really wanted to prevent us from following them. They've put it beyond repair during their escape. Ahead, Boisseau's Park and the beach. Left, St. Exel's Church. Nah, nothing of interest in these cars. I can still smell the perfume of stamps and papers. But no one will come to pick up the mail tonight. It won't open from this side. They really wanted to prevent us from following them. The soldiers were perfectly organized and cut off all access. We had almost zero chance of escaping this mass kidnapping. Like sheep in the dark. Ahead, DRAVSZOO's park and the beach. Left, St. Exel's Church. The closed cover is moving, but not enough so I can see. If only there was a gust of wind. Long time no see, DRAVSZOO's park. Let's take a walk, just you and me. I could not finish fixing this fence because the damn bird stole my van's key, where all my tools are. I've been trying to get them back, but it's nested high up, and I can't seem to attract it. If you manage to get my keys back, please call me at the number written on my truck, Mr. Levins. I'm going to need something to break those. Park mausoleums were not spared by the cult either. They are a real scourge for this village. Amongst birds living in the park, you will find the Corvus picatrix. I know you, you little flying thief. They keep their precious loot inside their beak, which makes it really hard to get back. To prevent such situations, scarecrows were installed by local farmers. That will teach you to look at me sideways. I don't think I can get used to it.
Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. Yet so close. Solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. I can picture you already rushing towards a solution which may not be correct.
Look who's smart. Take that. Only one destination for you, my bag. Minus Birdie should feel free to leave its nest now. Now I need to attract it. I am the repairman in charge of fixing this gate. I've found a way to supply current to this unpredictable electrical panel. I've linked it to one of the small wind generators we have in the village. As long as there is wind, there will be current. Only issue is that while I was fixing it, one of those freaking birds stole the key from my van. If you find them, please bring them to my office. Mr. Levins. Beach access and renovation. Birdie, it's between you and me now. Now that the scarecrows are gone, I need something to attract it. It left its nest. There. We told you stealing was bad. Now, I only need to find the truck. Thomas Levins. Fixing pipes is all right. Now try with my life. When things get back to normal, you'll have plenty to do, my friend. Perfect. Probably not an organ. Excellent. Nothing. Stay on the floor. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. energy is not sufficient. I have to wait a bit for the gem to recharge. Completely locked. I feel that the wind turbine is going to need a little help from me to launch. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. The energy is not sufficient. This needs an additional source of current. It was enough to start the turbine. The beach. Here we go. I think I found the antenna. Perfect. An anti-cult movement sticker. I'll speak out against you. This sect seems to have been terrorizing the people of St. Exil for too long. This bridge needs a lever to unlock it. This trap doesn't look the same as the others. The stitches are finer. But this one's empty. How shellfish of you. This gas pump is probably older than me. Afraid of no boat anymore, are you? You are the one I'm looking for. Exhibition of original moonstone furniture. Not too professionally closed, the way I like them. What happens if I remove this circuit breaker? Snow? You gotta be kidding me. There's no way in hell. I'll turn into an ice block if I stay like that. I need to get warmer clothes like the house. Fast. Let me guess. You want me to serve you a refreshing perfection. Is that it? I don't have enough of this ammo. Completely locked. We all had these experiences at least once. You come across a restaurant. Outwardly, it seems unpretentious and quite shabby, but the cuisine is in fact exceptional. Well, this restaurant wasn't one of them. The food there was atrocious. A note from the local fishermen about seagulls. Obviously, they spent their time stealing the shellfish from traps. This could have an impact on future deliveries. There is a lot of other information that could be useful to me. I'll write that down. If only the kitchen lived up to the view. Pierre really wanted us to eat here, but I always managed to find an excuse not to. I would give anything to have these moments with him now. They left a message. For me? I'm going to be curious. I am gonna need a key for this one. When the new owner bought the restaurant from the famous craftsman George, they decided to keep the moonstone furniture from his personal collection. This stone is very sensitive to light and shines brightly when exposed to daylight. That's what was making all the noise upstairs. Why is this furniture moving by itself? Am I going crazy? This secretary has a full moonstone connected to its lock mechanism. This piece of furniture is only unlocked when it is hit by daylight, keeping your precious possessions safe from thieves at night. Damn you, George. I can feel the humidity on this floor. It's no longer watertight. Explains the closure for renovation of the restaurant. Luckily, some light seeps through these boards, so I can see something. I am gonna need a key for this one. A little perfection for the road. I don't have enough of this ammo. Completely locked. It's like we instantly changed the season, but not for the better. I really need to get back home. I really need to get back home. Should keep an eye on the time. Damn. I can't use the door because of the snow. I've never seen St. Exo under this amount of snow. Find the positives, Elise. That's good. Completely locked. I left my clothes in one of the cabinets in the hall. A little perfection for the road. Completely locked. Completely locked. I miss listening to Pierre. He always used crazy effects on his guitar. Pierre's tape collection. Insomnia will be a nice excuse to put it in order. Might even find some of the music he made for me. I could use the comforting. This tape recorder is helpful during late nights. Don't judge me, Pierre. It's my only way to hear a human voice now. I knew I had you somewhere. That circuit breaker inside the antenna. The cult was stealing them. They probably had tons of them. I'm sure it was what was blocking the submarine's communication. The sect seems to know more than what Matthew imagined. He thought the devotees met at the Assumption Church. I will try my luck there. This bridge could do with a nudge.
This one is the easiest, I'm sure of it. It would be funny if this table said interesting things at times, wouldn't it? You give May the force be with you. The prizes obtained do not engage the responsibility of George's workshop in the event of bodily injuries or even several birthdays. Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. The next solve this puzzle and win a coin to use in George's workshop. We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning, to the start. Good luck with this puzzle. We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning, to the start. Yes, to the start. Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. We often forget the path that brings us back to the finish, to the beginning, to the start. Yes, to the start.
front of the ingenious Fisherman's Gate, former contribution of the artist George. The gate is now only used to close, at the press of a button, access to the walkway leading to the Assumption Church. This gate has the particularity of being self-powered and only works during low tide. Warning, floating pontoon follows the movement of the tide. This portal only works when the tide is low. This portal only works when the tide is low. This portal only works when the tide is low. It won't open from this side. It won't open from this side. I'm gonna need you. This tablecloth. It makes me think of breakfasts at my grandmother's. I swear I've eaten on the same one. Come on, Elise. I remember this place. That's where we first met, isn't it? I can't believe you made a song about it, Pierre. Nothing in the veins but Chardonnay. This is exactly where Pierre gave me one of his concerts. I would love to relive this moment again. I'm going to need something to break those. I like you. You like me. We should hang. I have already seen this kind of setup. No way they could have been there before? I can't open this. This door needs electricity. Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick. We both knew you couldn't resist me. Let's try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. I can't open this. This door needs electricity. I remember this moment in my living room. We were both watching a documentary on TV when we discovered St. Exel. We only dreamed of one thing: to live by the sea and change our lives. from this side. Wow. It's completely surreal to see the submarine here. I'm gonna need you. I saw this submarine on a board in my basement. It is the French submarine of the Royal Service, which inspected the ocean floor off St. Exel. It arrived on this beach completely destroyed. Why? Let's take a walk, just you and me. The submarine was tracking something. Did this thing attack it? Something else could be residing at the bottom of the sea? Another submarine? If ever the washing machine breaks down, I know where Pierre can do my laundry. Shrimp fishing guide. A fisherman must have forgotten that here. Some of these tips could be useful. I might need you. The keys were built by the DRAVSZOO family. Their house can be found at the end of them. To facilitate the management of water from the White Manor, a path leading to it has also been developed. Yes! The light has touched the secretaire. It's probably unlocked now. Dear Rose house key. That's a big one. Probably a gate or something nearby. I am gonna need a key for this one. A little perfection for the road. completely locked.
One, two. 1, 2. That works? Okay. Damn machine. And I'm finally starting to
If you're listening to this, you are probably the person sent by the office to continue my investigation. Well, at least I hope. My name is Matthew Banks, and I started this work about a year ago. As stated in my previous reports, I infiltrated the Lighthouse.
You can still see a cog was removed here. Another mission for Elise the Fixer.
Last month, but they just found out that a tape was missing, and I think they're on to me now. I used to borrow tapes during the night, but this time they noticed before.
My path is just behind this gate. I need to get this thing working again.
I could bring them back. I didn't have time to use the new filtering machine, but I left a tape inside it. I hope it's safe there with you. Since I have to leave, I prepared the way for you, and I have regrouped all of my...
Oh my god, it's working!
Ongoing work onto 3 different boards, each including a guiding tape. The first one gathers my studies on the audio signal coming from the oceanic floor.
Why is it closing? I'm sure it's because of these birds perched on it.
Which was the reason our interest was piqued by St. Exel in the first place. The second board will give you more details on the local cult, whose believers call themselves the Devoted. The third board is about Operation White Medusa, which is probably why you're here now. We are now definitely forced to recognize that the village of St. Exel is the center...
That's it? All the birds are busy. Stay this way, please.
...of great political and scientific interest, as we first suspected. I hate to leave like this, but I'm afraid my time has come. During the last 2 weeks, the Lighthouse had trouble acquiring new information from ashore. Apparently, some kind of technology has been jamming their signal. Is there some kind of expert trying to hack the operation? I'll leave it to you to find out.
Enough of this ammo. church is close now. Left, Boisseau's Park. Behind, the beach. Right, Assumption's Church. Don't see much. Let's walk with caution. I have a feeling that we can win gifts and they arrive right in this vase. 1990. Inauguration of George's Museum in the company of St. Exel's mayor. Always up to new challenges, the museum is located to attract people to an isolated part of the village. Facing the power supply issues of St. Exel, George electrically autonomized his museum. So you're Nico the robot. You don't seem super friendly for something made to amuse kids. Still, he and the museum look shut down for now. George's Museum, for the young and less young. Local museum, artisan workshop, exhibition hall. Exceptional summer event. Meet No-No the robot and take part in his treasure hunt. Nothing. So you're Nico the robot. You don't seem super friendly for something made to amuse kids. Still, he and the museum look shut down for now. I have a feeling that we can win gifts and they arrive right in this vase. Can't break that with my bare hands. You are on one of the highest points of St. Exel. The Assumption Church was built against the edge of this cliff. This panorama has become an emblematic place for those who like to observe the flora and wildlife of the region. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it. Wow, I finally got there. St. Exel Church. Let's find what this church has in store for me. Oh yeah, let me catch my breath. Today a reader, tomorrow a leader. Well, they made sure to enjoy today. I don't have enough of this ammo. This smell of dust and candles. Storage room. I am gonna need a key for this one. This setup looks recent. They probably did it just before the attack on the village. Okay, have some courage, Elise. Completely locked. Transept. Tomb of Father Roald, abbot who watched over the population of St. Exel. He dedicated his life to the village and the population. He distinguished himself in particular by his taste for religious, spiritual, and cultural texts. The large library of the Assumption Church is in his image. Shit. What are they doing here? I'm not sure I really want to know. It has been condemned by the sect. I could never open that one.
The time has come, my friends. Everything has been revealed to me. I understand why the most basic things, like having babies, has been taken from us. Our divinity, that required so much sacrifice, is still not content. The village kids have had it easy for too long. They need to share our burden. It talked to me and asked to surrender them to its will. Generations have forgotten how this village was built. It is time for a history lesson. We placed statues to display each person we sent to sea. In their anonymity, they remind us of the road still to be endured. But be reassured, my devotees, this road is coming to an end. I found a way to communicate with our protector. It has chosen me as its vessel and talked to me so many times. I will finally be able to answer. A few of us We're meeting secretly in preparation for our next and last action. It will all be revealed to you tonight after the festivities. Do not enter the crypt yet. I have the answers you have all been looking for. I will remove this poison from us.
This staging was prepared while the population was at the festivities. The population of St. Exil being already fragile. I dare to imagine the trauma of people if they had been exposed to this. And of course, served with its complimentary tape.
Residents of Saint-Exil, I observe you, and I see great suffering in you. You are deeply sad, and yet you
This door can be unlocked from the other side.
persist in not wanting to acknowledge it. The situation here has been deteriorating for years, and no one has come up with solutions to your problems. No one wants to face it, but our village is sick at heart. Here and there, some think that a curse has befallen our lands. Well, these people were right.
It must have taken a lot of time to set up all this staging. A lot of struggling souls probably joined the devotees over time.
Exil is not just a village.
A sheet is hidden under this pile of books. Father, I have heard noises coming from the crypt several times. It is during the night when I prepare the Mass that I hear them. Isn't the crypt supposed to be unlocked only once a year? The door is locked up tight when I want to access it.
This place has a soul. If you've lived here long enough.
Interesting. This book traces the entire history of the church and the creation of this cross. I'll take it with me for my bedtime reading. This church seems to hide a lot of secrets from me.
You've definitely felt it shining.
The Assumption Memorial Cross. It was created in honor of the people who participated in the prosperity of St. Exil. Looking more closely at the cross, one has the impression that some parts can be interlocked on the sides.
Through its walls, trees, and cobblestones. At least you could feel it. Something has changed, and it has for too long. A dark and silent poison proliferates in the veins formed by our alleys and ends up washing up at the foot of our doors, contaminating us a little more each day. Saint-Exil is...
Crypt. This door seems locked by a complex mechanism.
Its creation is no accident. The ancients never doubted it. Someone, or rather something, greater than us, decided to gather us here a long time ago. He made us build this village and
This letter fell to the ground when the devotees wreaked havoc here. I would like to warn that with the escalation of tensions with the sect in St. Exil, it is very likely that they will come after our church or its parishioners in the near future. Well, you saw that one coming for sure.
protected our ancestors in exchange for his benevolence. Some of us honor him for that. It is the same entity which today has decided to call you to order and punish you. Unlike you, I never doubted its existence and its great power. It chose me to guide you like a shepherd bathed in the light of his wisdom. Join us so that
Vegetable garden and scriptorium. This door can be unlocked from the other side.
nightmare finally ends. From now on, you are aware and cannot go back. If you don't bend to his will, you'll end up paying for it. Only one possible solution is offered to you. Obey!
The Angel and the Newborn, unknown artist. This statue is incredible. I am gonna need a key for this one. Organ and bell tower. I am gonna need a key for this one. Storage room. It has been condemned by the sect. The annual High Mass is still maintained for the day after the Feast of the Village. Like previous years, we are expecting many of you. The sect had chosen the right place and the right time to strike a blow. The Deepening Mausoleum. They played an important part in the development of St. Exel. This family was in charge of the local agriculture. They ultimately defended the village by burning their own crops. The flower house was once their home, but it is now owned by the town. The Deepening Mausoleum. This family was in charge. The flower house was once their home, but it is now owned by the town. Tomb of the DRAVSZOO family who contributed greatly to the creation of the port of St. Exel. The fishing activity was so important that the family built their house at the end of the quays. They thus were the first informed of the contents of the merchants' cargoes in St. Exel. An envied position. St. Exel also has its little jokers who come to tag everything they find. Excellent. I could move faster with such a bike, but with these ghosts on the road, I really wouldn't be discreet. There are no bad moments to officialize a bond. Bulletin from the city of St. Exel. The structure has been weakened and water can infiltrate the wall. The town will start the repairs soon so they can avoid a collapse before winter. Doesn't look like they had time. Planks removed. This should weaken this son of a brick.
This one, it's the easiest, I'm sure of it. You know it as well as I, the devil hides in the details. The solution of this puzzle, too. welcome to one of the original creations from George's workshop. The next one, this one, it's the easiest, I'm sure of it. I can picture you already rushing towards a solution which may not be correct.
No puzzle can resist me. Tomb of the Duc de Bliard. He was in charge of defending St. Exil's agricultural and maritime activities. The White Manor is one of the vestiges of this family, who still live in the region. An ingenious system initially developed for its moats made it possible to send water to different parts of the village. Never betrayed by our steeds. I only took a few riding lessons when I was little, but from memory, you can't trust these beasts. So I'm going to have to disagree. We both knew you couldn't resist me. We both knew you couldn't resist me. Completely locked. I'm certainly not done with the place.
I finished reading the documents Matthew Banks had left for his replacement, who never came. Matthew apparently needed to join the Lighthouse maintenance team to gain access to the Rorqual cell. To achieve this, he was forced to make a deal. The sect could help him get hired quickly, but in exchange, Matthew would have to pass on the information obtained once there. He didn't know why the cult was interested in all this, but he needed them, so he agreed in order to continue his investigation. Matthew knew that the Rorqual cell used a specific radio frequency to communicate with the outside. Just before his departure, he discovered that the cell could no longer connect to this very frequency. The radio worked well, but the signal of this wave was scrambled, which prevented transmissions. It looked like sabotage, but who was behind it all? A member of the Lighthouse team? Another spy? Only one thing was clear to him. If someone had wanted to disturb the signal, he would have gone through the big antenna of St. Exil. I have already spotted it in the past. It is on the quays towards the beach. I just have to go there.
A little perfection for the road. I have to go to this crypt. I feel that I am close to my goal. The keys were a place of the particularly intense fishing that supplied the following the drop. It is always possible at low tide to find fishing traps with shellfish in them. try to push it now. Now the system should be unlocked. George, with the momentary storm, your windmill system went into safety mode and stopped. I wanted to reactivate it, but I couldn't put my hand back on the lever. In the meantime, the museum will remain in the dark. So you're Nico the robot. You don't seem super friendly for something made to amuse kids. Still, he and the museum look shut down for now. So, the wind turbines providing him with power stopped working. I wonder where they are.
Fourth day. I would like to tell you about the bracelet
Completely locked.
you gave me right after we arrived here. You found that gem on the beach and crafted it into this beautiful piece of jewelry. You told me that you felt that this pebble had something special, that it radiated. Well, you were right, you know. He protects me from the monsters I told you about. If I smack it against the ground, it produces a shock wave that violently repels ghosts. Sometimes, he can even dissolve them when they attack me. He is so strong that I decided to name him Rocky, since it's a rock. But Rocky is also a sensitive guy, you know? He doesn't like explosive noises. But Rocky is also a sensitive guy, you know? He doesn't like explosive noises. If I shoot a gun in his ear, he can even start a thunderstorm. At that moment, I feel transported to another reality, to another time. Once calm returns, I have the impression that it only lasted a few seconds, whereas about 15 minutes had actually passed. Better tease sparingly. Sometimes I feel like he's almost alive. He gets lazy at the end of the day, especially if I made him work a lot. But, hey, nothing a good night's sleep can't fix. Anyway, all that to say that he reminds me a bit of you. probably silly, but
This key will allow me to explore the church a little more. I've seen the same kind of lock around.
I feel like you're watching over me through him. And that helps me hold on.
It has been condemned by the sect. Completely locked. Hello, Francois. I heard the cult vandalized your property. You have my full support in this ordeal. Glad the storage room is useful to someone here. Leave your things there as long as necessary. P.S. Regarding the flower house garden door, the mayor gave me the handle they used to unlock it. I left it here. Hello, friends. Glad this. P.S. Regarding the flower house garden door, the mayor gave me the handle they used to unlock it. I left it here. During the night from Saturday to Sunday, the property of the presbytery was degraded by the people claiming to be devotees. Given the amount of the damage, the town of St. Exel made the flower house available to its owners as a courtesy residence. They probably wanted to intimidate him, or to keep him quiet.
I'm sure it's this giant blue rock under the house that must be responsible for our bubble that protects and keeps monsters away from our home. The crate of rocks came with a bunch of analysis papers that probably had to be shipped with the set. I don't understand all this paperwork, but... from our home. The crate of rocks came with a bunch of analysis papers that probably had to be shipped with the set. I don't understand all this paperwork, but these rocks seem to have totally unexpected properties. I don't know if there is any connection between the monsters and this rock, and why it would have an effect on them and not me. Pierre? This is going to sound ridiculous, but I needed to talk to you, so here I am. I know it's not a phone, and you're not on the other side, but I make do with what I have. The evenings are long without you, and I miss our discussions. I'm locked up because of the monsters, so I have to find something to take care of. You'll never believe me, but I've discovered a new passion. Making bullets for my pistol. It has become my comforting little evening ritual. And then I read newspapers or documents that I found. I try by all means to discover information that would allow... It has become my comforting little evening ritual. And then I read newspapers or documents that I found.
I should keep an eye on the time.
I try by all means to discover information that would allow me to understand what is happening here. When I can't sleep,
All right.
sort my tapes and listen to your songs again. This is by far my favorite time of the day. Well, it's already very late, and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Sweet dreams. It was really soporific, but I managed to finish the book found in the church. There is a lot of
Good luck with this puzzle.
information about this place and the village in general. It's sad, but it wasn't such a bad evening in comparison. If we go back many centuries, St. Exil experienced a much more sumptuous period. Originally, this village was only a small fishing hamlet by the sea, but it was located on the only road between two larger villages on the coast. It is with the cooperation of four great figures that the village developed and experienced its greatest activity, the Vinios, who ensured the agricultural activity of the
Good luck with this puzzle.
village, the Derault family, who were dedicated to fishing activities, the Duc de Bliard, who ensured the defense of the village with his soldiers, and finally the Abbot Royaux, in charge of the spirituality through its church. Thanks to the progress brought by this collaboration, St. Exil had been able to develop for 100 years. But, sadly, during the following centuries, the village did not know the destiny that we imagined, and this prosperity turned into a distant memory. In remembrance of this period, which still resonates until today, these personalities were honored with the presence of a tomb that are located in the...
It would be funny if this table said interesting things at times. May the force be with you.
narthex, and in the transept of the church. They also built a cross at the end of the Assumption Church that is a receptacle for 4 plates, each illustrating one of the families. Once a year, these plaques are gathered and placed on the cross to allow the inhabitants of St. Exil to have a moment of commemoration for its history and its ancestors.
The prizes obtained do not engage the responsibility of George's workshop in the event of bodily injuries or even severe burns. Behind all great puzzles lies an even greater man. I can picture you already rushing towards a solution which may not be correct.
I'm done with you. The flower house once belonged to the Vinio family, which played a leading role in local agriculture. The basement illustrating the former activities of the family can be visited during Heritage Days. An ingenious controllable water supply system of the White Manor made it possible to supply the property if necessary. Ran out of battery a long time ago. Makes this whole house seem stuck in time. I swear, officer, it's not a break-in. The back door was open. Nothing. Someone left a tape. Journaling is not just for grown-ups.
Dad, science, we are moving again. The electrician came to change the old digit code in the basement. Because you weren't there, he asked me for a code, and I want to play a game. You never play with me, so now you will have to find the answer all by yourself. It's a 4-digit
I have never seen a ship like this.
code. The first is the hour on the living room clock, the one you never replaced the batteries for. Then I've put the minute. And then I've put the number of boat sails in the house. Have fun!
I like the colors of this boat. Can't do that now. Apparently someone was moving when everything stopped. Excellent. The door is blocked by the snow. The plate is right there, just in front of me. If the water level was higher, I could probably pass through. I don't have enough of this ammo. I don't have enough of this ammo. I don't have enough of this ammo. It's too late. If I sleep here, they will catch me. think I'm going to need a lever. This door can be unlocked from the other side. You are near one of the entrances to the White Manor. This path is directly connected to its water system. The Duc de Bliard built its various accesses to defend St. Exel from potential assault. Ultimately never used, over time it ended up a piece of decoration. Nothing. Completely locked. In front of you is the moat system devised by the Duc de Bliard. This system has undergone some modernization over time. Through a rather elaborate logic, the moat can direct its water to supply the Assumption Church, the Flower House, and even the DRAVSZOO property at the edge of the Keys. Even if this system has some electrical assistance to facilitate its use, the operation of the system remains fairly basic. Nothing. late for that now. I need to get back home before the night. It's too late for that now. I need to get back home before the night.
Ne m'oublie pas.
Not this again. These cabinets were in the lighthouse, too. They record signals coming from the sea. What were you trying to listen to? I recognize this computer. It's in the lighthouse, too. Enter coordinates. What coordinates? These signals they receive, are they talking? Is it even for us? What are you doing here? Is that a message for them? Are they using these antennas? Forgotten that dream.
This is very weird. This is very weird, Pierre. I found some ultra-bright and colorful sphere in this village. When I approach it, I start feeling like I'm being transported to a totally surreal world, a blinding world, rather calm, in which the water can go up the waterfalls, like these columns of water. Have you seen them too? Compared to the daily grind, it's a rather pleasant world to sink in. It feels quite cold, though. In this dreamlike environment, I walk through Greek and Roman vestige, just like those we saw on our trips before moving to the coast. I have the feeling of being constantly exposed to things that we experienced in the past. It allows me to cling into many memories of our arrival in St. Exil, and all the events that took place before I was left alone here. Strangely, I have the feeling that time no longer passes when I find myself in this alternate world. Am I imagining this? Am I starting to daydream? Am I totally crazy, Pierre? While I was crossing the church to reach the altar, I noticed light coming from an inaccessible room located just
I don't have enough of this ammo.
below. It's probably a kind of forbidden crypt? But then why would there be light inside? Considering the police are looking for cult members, this would be a perfect place for them to regroup in total secrecy. There's a
little perfection for the road.
procedure to follow to unlock the crypt's access, but it's going to be complicated. The door lock is linked to a mechanism inside the memorial cross. If I place 4 commemorative plates, the cross will unlock the door automatically. Well, supposedly, at least. Right now, only one of the 4 plates is inserted on this cross. The one honoring the Duc de Bliard. The others are scattered in various places in St. Exil.
It's probably dry now.
I have to go to the church to learn a little more about the other plates. They seem to be commemorating specific families. Whose tombs are inside the church itself. My investigation is turning into a treasure hunt. How great. Last note. Based on the documents, the key that unlocks most of the doors in the church is hidden at the heart of the cross, and I can already access it.
know that Heritage Day is coming up soon, but I won't be there to open my garden. The manager of the Panier à Crabe restaurant, who is a friend, has a duplicate of the key. He must surely keep the key safe there. I'll let you see that with him. Regards. The artificial canal in front of you finds its source at the White Manor. The fresh water that came in abundantly made it easier to clean fishing products. As the winter cold can freeze the water and cause this canal to burst, the city built a system to control how much water arrives here at the White Manor. Hey, beauty. There is a cross at the church waiting for you. It was complicated, but we always knew you would end up in my hands. I don't have enough of this ammo.
Tu es mon seul ami.
The door is blocked by the snow. I should keep an eye on the time. I have nothing to put on that cross now. This door seems locked by a complex mechanism. Too many people have access to this damn bell tower, so the craftsman installed a system for me to block the door. Since I'm the only one who knows about music, you'll all have to go through me. Well, I'm going to need to learn the organ to continue upstairs. If I'm good enough, I'll make a duet with Peter. This door seems locked by a complex mechanism. Note for the ornithologist experimenting in our vegetable garden. We are happy to lend you a corner of the garden, but please do not occupy the rest of the space. Your birds seem to go completely crazy inside their cages. I've taken it upon myself to release them. Exponential growth experiment. Do not touch with your hands. Can induce dreamlike experiences. I needed that. A lot of activity probably took place here in the past, but it quickly became dismal once the monks had left. Commemorative plate. Let's find you a place back on that cross. Yes, here we are. I will finally find out what this crypt is hiding from me. Crypt. Desecrations of tombs and vaults. Everything was true. Badges and clothing stolen from Lacren. The devotees planned to strike a blow and take control of the lighthouse. At the same exact moment, people discovered their sordid staging in the church.
Remember that if you are here with me tonight, it's because it has chosen you too, my most devoted. We have been preparing for months. The direction of our destiny will finally shift. We've done everything the Protector wanted us to do. We often...
This music sheet must be important if she hid it here. It must allow access to information that she kept preciously for herself. Yes, to complete such maps, she most likely found a high vantage point.
The bodies of all those who wronged it. Each family, through generations, has repaid its debt. Their children's turn has come. Tomorrow, and that's a promise, we will finally be able to get in touch with it. Many people will stand in our way, but their efforts will be in vain. Once the village feast is over, when people will discover our messages in the church, we will infiltrate the lighthouse and take over the basement. We know that the DRAVSZOO has equipment to send a message, and we will use it to contact our divinity. Patrick, you will block the front door of the lighthouse so that no one can get out. Elaine?
I understand why the town stopped ordering these. Know what? I will help myself. Generously.
Help me in the basement. As for the others, you will
They still had some gas in the tank. They were not ready to stop anytime soon.
take care of sending our new offerings. The information that you stole from the ornithologist at the top of the bell tower was decisive. He thought he understood the world by observing the air, without knowing that the truth was hiding at the bottom of our sea. These observations and the offerings we made from the beaches of Saint-Exil allowed me to know where the entity was waiting for us to contact it. Doubt may cross your minds this last night, but be reassured. All our spiritual pains are also our chances of redeeming ourselves. We have reached the point of no return. Tomorrow is our big day. Rest and meet me near the lighthouse at 11 a.m.
Organ and bell tower. The atmosphere is incredible. That bell is gigantic, but this one won't bring chocolate eggs for Easter anymore. Nothing. this ornithologist had the courage to go upstairs every time? Either you're committed, or you aren't. I really hope to find answers to my questions. No doubt, there was an ornithologist here. There are most likely no better places to study birds in nature. This chair is completely torn up. You spent a lot of time here, didn't you? Compilation of observations on nature and animals. This document is heavy. He's been compiling information for months and months. It will take me some time to study it. Please bring me some answers. I'm so tired. He also left me some kind of nautical maps. That's the sea depth of the village's surroundings. Pages seem to have been torn out of these documents. She must have found a place to send the signal and kept it to herself. I will probably be able to sort through the tapes the spy stole and find out if the lighthouse had any luck recording this thing underwater. With these maps, it will give me the right spot to send that signal. But I need to read through this all first.
Since I deactivated the jammer on the keys of St. Exel, the fountains react sort of like portals, allowing me to see the village under the snow, as if I was switching over several months later and rediscovering everything in another season. When I approach Rocky from the fountain, the water gradually begins to light up. If the pebble comes into contact, everything changes immediately. I can literally change the weather in St. Exel on command. I read somewhere that the fountains were built a very long time ago, and that their source is the same groundwater deep under the village. That doesn't explain to me why it does that, but I prefer to warn you. Do you think there would be the same type of rock under—
It's missing some points. I should continue decrypting the tapes.
the village directly? The only downside—
It's missing some points. I should continue decrypting the tapes.
to all this is that triggering the storm using the rock doesn't work if it's snowing. And, well, it's super cold, too.
Let's listen to what the Rorqual cell recorded at the coordinates found by the ornithologist. I'm sure it's just a big fish.
Found
you, damn submarine.
350 meters. Transmission 823, 75th day in immersion. The laser is finally operational following the repairs. We sent the first pulse burst at 85 joules minus 1 day. We are getting closer to the residual reflection located above the layer of the whales, the deepest point.
Mon pote, j'ai attrapé un macro de 8 kilos. Dès que je rentre, on le met sur le barbecue.
3 coordinates validated. That should help me pinpoint the location. Let's use these maps on the projector now. I have all the points now. Let's try to make one of these maps fit. That's it! The first coordinate is when they approached the area and detected something with their instruments. Then, they circled around the ghost ship and sent out a probe which never returned. The last recording was when they decided to go deeper. And something went very wrong. Poor bastards. Let's send a signal over there and see what's under the sea. To the lighthouse. So, I have to send a signal to something? To someplace unknown? Doesn't sound too scientific. Let's hope I don't end up like the submarine. Doing the same shit the cult did? So, they had to make space for these machines? They do not seem to belong in a lighthouse. Good thing nobody can find them here. What? What have I done? .42. It's the exact time of the attack. Did I fix it? Back? Pierre! life would never be the same again. And I couldn't bear this alone anymore.
Pierre! You probably don't get my messages, but they don't give me much time to call, and they most likely screen my calls. I need to explain. Please, pick up! Pierre? Pierre, are you there? Look, I don't know if you'll get this message. I have to explain to you. You're going to have a hard time believing me. It probably just felt like an hour, but I was locked up for several weeks completely alone. I still have a hard time understanding. I still have a hard time believing it. I think that the time stopped. I managed to trace it back to the cult of devotees that we laughed at together. They managed to send a message to a creature hiding under the sea. I believe it was this message that triggered him to break time. Maybe it wanted to protect itself. I don't know. I'm not sure what it was doing there. It must have something to do with that blue crystal you gave me. It looks like it has the property of modifying time. And because I had it on me, that's why I wasn't frozen like you. They don't want to answer my questions. I think that thing was mining the crystals at the bottom of the sea. Don't ask me how, but I managed to send a second message. Maybe it surprised the creature who decided to run away? This is what you all saw in the sky that day. I hope you believe me. I hope nothing happened to you.